Beautiful.
every time I come to Mildenhall. Sorry about that, I'm still here. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? In true fashion, every time I come here, something is taking off. So when I pull up, you know, it doesn't matter what time I get here, whether I'm early, late, there's always something taking off. It's quite funny. But I'm back, here we go. Right. Mate, Ted's about to come on the show now. Yeah, apologies for that. It's literally as soon as we pull up, something is taking off. We've already had, well, so that was the third takeoff when I pulled up here this morning, so no worries. But you can see these beauties parked over here, look. And you can hear another beautiful beautiful engines from the MC-130J. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Ted Bright, mate. One of those funny mornings. It's becoming the norm here, and to get earlier and earlier when I get here. Ted, this is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, on the controls. And my name is Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator and historian as well. I'll be giving you some talks of what's going on and what happened here many years ago. You know it is t-shirt. I'll think about that. I'll get something sorted. I like that one. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Sorry for the fun start, but I thought there's 3 takeoffs. I've missed 2, so I thought I'd quickly give you the MC-130J, which was a beautiful takeoff, and hopefully we get to see this depart as well. There's plenty out here. Welcome to Team Mildenhall, RAF Mildenhall, part of the US Air Force in Europe, USAFE. Again, headquarters are out at Ramstein Air Base in Germany.
Going off here, I can hear another KC-135. I say another because there was one that took off beautifully just as I arrived here this morning.
Mildenhall, home naturally to the 100th Air Refueling Wing. They've been dominating the gas stations of the skies. Oh yes. Now their legacy lives and dates back, carrying the Second World War tail marking, the only Second World War tail marking in operational existence, and an honour to fly it, of the 4 bombardment squadrons of the Bloody 100th. That is their official nickname, it is their bloodline, literally. The 351st Air Refeuling Squadron, which was once the 351st Bombardment Squadron, who were based at Station 139, Thorpe Abbotts, which is definitely a must-visit museum and heritage. The Square D lives on. The 100th Air Refueling Wing arrived here at Mildenhall on the 1st of February 1992. Also, here at Mildenhall we have the 352nd Special Operations Wing. They fly the CV-22 Osprey, the C-146 Wolfhound and the MC-130J here on our screens. Also, we've got the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron, who are based here on a type of detachment. They're part of 55th Wing, but are here with various RJs and RC-135 variants. It's just a bit of flexing. Something's on the move over here. Anything on this side is our visiting aircraft. They're not part of the wing, or at least part of Mildenhall's inventory. Sounds delightful. It's got a bit of artwork going on. So the 100th Air Refueling KC-135s have the Square D, the World War II tail marking, still going, just like you'll see on tower in just a moment. Gas stations of the sky. These are from different wings that have arrived here. You know, as aviation enthusiasts, even just a little bit of a lick of paint on the tail, come on, we get excited about it, don't we? Even just these little, what look like chevrons or arrows, even that just looks exciting. It really does. It goes a long way. There's the Square D. Now on the back of these it can be fitted with either boomstick or the drogue for drogue and probe method, but also pods that can deploy on each wing a drogue for drogue and probe. So you could have a boom stick on the back with 2 drogue and probe methods on the wings. They can't actually be refueled themselves. They can offer a gas station service in the skies. Now, a usual crew is crew of 3, pilot, co-pilot and boom operator, for example. Can fit 80 passengers as well. It's got a length of 136 feet and 3 inches, that's 41.53 meters in new money. Wingspan is a 130 feet, 10 inches. That's 39.88. That's 10 foot wider than the Avro Lincoln. Of World War II classics, you've probably guessed it already what I'm going to say. It's actually 11 foot less than a B-29. Wow, it just shows how massive the B-29 was. Yeah, a smaller wingspan than the B-29. Go 580 miles per hour, powered by 4 CFM International F108s, 21,600 pounds of thrust, man. Woo! Oh, nice. Don't know if this is taken off, but moving. Michigan. Wow, that was cool. So maybe just they do this as well. They just move parking spots. This could be what it is. It could be a non-departure, but still nice to see that, at least something we wouldn't normally see. So you're watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. How are we doing? Hope we're all good. So there have technically been 3 departures, but obviously on the show we've had 1, and 1 moving parking spot. There we go. So plenty of aircraft dotted about, which we could see as well. These are CV-22 Ospreys always cause a bit of a buzz when they start taking off and start flexing. I do like the F-108 CFMs. They sound really good, sound really classy. As promised, if I can get it without losing it. It's a little bit on the Morecambe Mindy side. Oi oi! It's a little bit on the Morecambe Mindy side, but I'll do my best to show you. I did manage to get, if you remember, RAF Mildenhall, built in 1934. Yeah, it's going to be quite hard to do this, but I managed to get you the little card sheet of the first aircraft that was built here, that was operating here. And it was with 99B. Yes, 99B Squadron, who today fly the C-17 from RAF Brize Norton, and this is what they were flying. There it is. I couldn't, like I said, I can't get you a model, at least a die-cast model, but here is the Hayford. I managed to get this on eBay, which is pretty cool. This, look at it, it's a huge biplane. It kind of became, it didn't see any operational, you know, it didn't actually go into, you know, full-on operational service in the European theatre. It kind of finished off, been replaced by the sort of stronger monoplane bombers, such as the Wellington, for example, the Blenheim. But what's this? Fun to fly. For such a big aircraft, the Hayford was usually agile. Also, surprising structural strength, which is important for a bomber. I mean, if we'll have a little look inside this little fact sheet. It's quite cool, isn't it? Look at this. Crew 4 of 5, had a wingspan of 22.9 meters. It had a 7.7mm Lewis machine guns with a bomb load of 1,200 kilos, which isn't bad. Oi, oi. So there we go, that's the Handley Page Hayford, which was actually serving here with 99 Squadron. How amazing is that? I think there's some fun stuff. RAF bombers of the 30s just there below. Got Whitley, the Bristol Bombay, the Ferry Hendon, and the Handley Page Harrow, which was serving about 10 miles away from here, the Handley Page Harrow. That was serving over to RAF Feltwell. Now that was built in 1936. Lakenheath, which is about 5.5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow, that is 5.5 miles away from here. But just thought I'd show you it. It's an interesting concept from Handley Page, and you can see kind of like the fuselage where it kind of developed into the Handley Page Hayford eventually. They were in use. They did use them early in 1940. At least 7 Hayfords were still in use as bomber trainers. So they did use them as trainers in the end. They didn't just scrap them. So they still, some of them did hang in there during the course of the Second World War, at least the early stages, but they were more used for trainers. Between 1933 and 1939, 11 RAF squadrons were using the Handley Page Hayford. But there we go, technology as it evolves, aviation, military style. So welcome to the Nook campsite, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. And again, in our housekeeping rules, again, please abide by the rules to keep this wonderful hobby going. There is a payment. It's £2 per person when you enter here. There is a money collection box as you drive in. Do abide by the times for viewing. Now, the benefit of the Nook campsite is that you don't have to be, shall we say, a patron. Is that probably the right word? So you don't need to be camping here to use this field to view. So there's an allocated section of this field to plane spot. And one thing I must highlight, again, please do not, as you drive up, okay, that's the you know, as you drive in, so I'm in the field, this is out of bounds, absolutely strict out of bounds. This is not to be walked on, please, ladies, gents, teddy bears. That is not part of the viewing area. Okay, there's the caravans over there and tents. But yeah, of course, if you want to do some camping, by all means, check it out, the Nook campsite. But like I said, it's at £2 per person, and the times do change, okay, on the board for how long you can view here for, all right? But £2 is a bargain. So a big thank you to John, who's you know, utilised this area, because there isn't an official viewing area anymore. There used to be a long time ago, I heard, and I think I can see it by the main road down by the. Oh, hello! This has got its lights on. Hello. This would be good, wouldn't it? These look like an older. These look like older C-130s, maybe an E or a H, because of the 4 blades from the J series. They were upgraded. Look at this. Pretty cool, huh? So yeah, like I said, I'll show you the Handley Page Hayford. Sorry, the.
Why is that so much easier?
Yeah, Handley Page Hayford. Let's look at the handling. After a while, you start to get a bit confused when you start getting a bit older with names. But yes, the Handley Page Hayford is first to operate here officially, because the first actual operation was actually a fun one. It was a Royal Aero Club's Matt Robertson race, an air race from Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia, which was quite amazing. Imagine doing that.
Try not to spoil your view too much, mate.
There are still some structures that are from
Cal, did you want to? How is it pulling that out of it?
that are from World War II. They are original,
two of us to pull it from
and
here, two of us pulling it
I
off
believe we've got.
If you need one
Let me
feeder
just have a
then,
quick
didn't
look.
you?
Yeah,
No, here I mean as well.
An A hanger.
Try it.
Yeah, I'll show you this one.
How much is down there? Loads. You know, straight off getting all that.
No, it don't look like much.
So if we look over here, this building here is an original World War II, and if I show you this, where are we? The A hanger, like this design. How good is that? The A hanger, and we can have a look at some of the specs. I love this book, it's so cool. A hanger, so it could open up to 120 feet in diameter. Not diameter, sorry, the width of the hangar doors opening. Got a depth of 250 and a height of 43 feet. So that was the A hanger. Pretty cool, huh? Various different hangars. Such a good little book. And again, with the short Sterling myth about the hangars, well, you can only see them for yourselves. Look, 160 was the biggest of doors. 160 with the width for LE style hangars. Got temporary ones like T2 hangars at 121. And what else we got? A J and K hanger at 151. Pretty cool. It's a really good little book actually. I don't know how old it is, but these books at the time when I got them, they were like, I don't know, about £9, but I think I picked them up for like 50p from like bookshops. Pretty cool. Actually, I've just realised there's a lot of questions that we come across these ones, these here, so maybe that can help as well identify some of the buildings in the background.
Handed it in our handwriting.
Let's have a look.
Like you can go back that
We can have a look. I've only just realised that, you know, the pillboxes and the one at Marham. There's just a little bit of maintenance work going on just by on the base, just here. So just ignore it. Have a look at these pillboxes. Definitely a recommend. Ted's recommended one of Ted's recommended books, that one.
Where's Evan working now? Is he down in fucking Hyde Park? Is it?
Oh, hey, mate, right.
Oh yeah, you're right.
When's your brother coming on, Sam?
The sound you can hear is just cable being moved. Hopefully we're going to get some more departures. Like I said, we average, I'm just just a regular day. It's about 1 an hour, but you know how it goes. Like I said, when I got here, it was already kicking off in a nice way, by the way. It was just unreal. I got here, KC-135, the Rivet Joint, and then the MC-130 that you just caught there. That was really cool. Chris White, how you doing? Nice one, buddy. To mark my anniversary, 12 months today. Thank you, TCS. Thank you as well for the support. Absolutely brilliant. Vina, Davey, Margot, John Minter, Jojo, Simon John, Mark Moody, Chris Bloxham, Michelle CD, how you doing? Hope you're good. David Robinson, Aspen's on the show. How we all doing? Hope we're all good. Ashdown Mad EP65. Lots of you on the stream there. And one thing I love about Mildenhall is just you never know what you're going to get. So they're doing some cables. It's quite a long way, about 100 yards away. Kevin Flanagan, oi oi from Texas. How you doing? Hope you're good. I can't remember the Texas flag. Ted's got a Texas flag for represent the Texas fans of ours, especially Fort Worth. Oh yeah. Where they do make the F-35 there as well and put it together. Yeah, just a quick note. Let's go back to our Hayford bomber. Just really quickly, just to give you a bit of history of what was actually amazingly operating here. Look at this. And it got its name, by the way, I forgot to tell you this, it got its name from where it was built at Upper Hayford, and it was indeed 99 B Squadron that actually took to the skies in this in 33 until they actually moved here in 1934 and were operating here with this. But of course the Second World War didn't start until September 1939. But looking at it, absolute classic, you know, a biplane as a bomber. I wonder if it used the bombing range at Lakenheath, or at least the vicinity around Lakenheath Warren. But it had a crew of 4, length at 58 feet. 18 meters, wingspan 75 feet, so about 25 feet shorter than the wingspan of a, let's say, a Lancaster, or even the B-17 Halifax, that kind of thing, around that sort of. But had an empty weight of 9,200 pounds, max speed at 142, and it was powered by 2 Rolls-Royce Kestrel 2. There were 12. It was a V12 liquid-cooled piston engine. 525 horsepower, and to think, you know, what was here next was the Vickers Wellington that was producing 1,000 horsepower, max speed of 142 miles per hour, range of 920. It did have guns, and bomb load was 2,000 £500. So it was, you know, during 1937 the replacement of the Hayford commenced, and like I said, it was like the likes of the Whitley, the Wellesley that we've seen on the diagrams that were replacing it eventually. But they did keep them. They kept them for like training purposes right up until say 1940. But how amazing to imagine. I can't get you one of these as a die cast. I'll have to attempt to try and build one and carefully bring it here. Look at the gun there, look at that. Crew of 4 on the back. It's massive. I mean, it's huge. I wonder if there's a picture of someone stood next to it. Just to give you an idea. I mean, look at that. Brilliant, lovely little fact sheets that you can get here. So, won't be getting any flying for a little bit then, if that's the case. Lovely to get beeps from the base. Congratulations, you've been a granddad again. LEJ approach, how you doing, Aspen? Laura Delaley. Laura Delahaye, that's it. Sorry about that. Sure, no worries. Hey Stevie boy, how you doing? Hope we're all good. Just like true fashion, it's windy again. All is good. All good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Just don't forget to download your Brize Bingo Mildenhall edition on our website. So we've got a C-130, or MC-130 to be exact. Runway 10 and 28 here at RAF Mildenhall. Matt Foster, how you doing? Hope you're good. Wow, 33 months. With some heavy aircraft, send it. one thing about Mildenhall is that you can expect the unexpected. It's amazing. When the plans to build Mildenhall began in the best part of the 1920s, as early as that, and plans to build a base for Bomber Command began here as an idea, and in 1930 construction actually began here with earlier suggested name. The original name for Mildenhall was going to become RAF Beck Row. Now that's all because in this sort of direction, in this sort of heading, is the village of Beck Road, but it was only a year before that they changed it and decided to call it the station RAF Mildenhall, and it was on the 16th of October 1934 RAF Mildenhall opened its aerodrome. It was King George V officially dedicated the base on the 19th of October 1934, and the first wing commander was F.J. Linnell OBE, who assumed command of the base. Going on the runway here. On the 20th of October 1934, it was the very first sort of operation here at Mildenhall, and it wasn't a military one. It was actually the Mac Robertson Air Race of the Royal Aero Club, and it was a race from Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia. It was CWA Scott and Tom Campbell Black who won in their beautifully cherry red colour DH-88 Comet named Grosvenor House, and you can see this, and it's still flying today after what, 91 years? Oh yes, they complete. You can see that at Shuttleworth, at the old Warden, the Shuttleworth collection. It took them 71 hours or so, and they obtained a prize money of £10,000 of 1934's money. Now on the 15th of November 1934, it was 99B Squadron, or yeah, Madras, sorry, 99 Squadron, who first became the operational unit here, and it was with the fact sheet aircraft that I showed you, the Handley Page Hayford bomber, again named after where it was built up at Hayford. Now 99 were the first squadron to actually receive it and operate it. Wingspan 75 feet, and a length of 58 feet with two Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines that rated at 525 horsepower, V12. Nice. 142 miles per hour with a 2,500 payload. And a year later, forming from the B flight of 99, was a second squadron. It was 38th Bomber Squadron. A year later, Free Group took command of this area. Now, it's got a lot of, it resonates a lot here with the Wellington bomber, by the way. If you go to some villages where they're beautifully hand-painted and made, you know those classic British painted signs of villages, you'll usually get like the aircraft that sort of, you know, it's kind of resonates with the place, and it usually you get like, especially Ely and places around here, is the Wellington bomber. By the end of 1936, they started to convert to the Hendon night bombers, and also on that same year, RAF Feltwell opened as well. They started to operate the Handley Page Harrow, and April 1937, 149 Squadron arrived with the Wellington bombers, and it was in 1938 that 99 Squadron also converted to the Wellington bomber as well. So, a model that's featured quite a lot on the show is the Vickers Wellington bomber. Here it is. Needs a bit of a TLC on the rear gunner there, but there we go. The beautiful Vickers Wellington bomber is operating here with both of our squadrons, 149 and 99 as well. And the beautiful thing about the Wellington bomber is its construction. Now you can see here something's going on with the windows, and that's because if you look at the fence, I'll quickly do this before the guys get back. You look at the fence, that chain link fence, that's pretty much what the frame looked like. The airframe was literally designed in that way. It was designed by Sir Barnes Wallis, the genius who developed some magical weaponry and customizations for aircraft. He developed, of course, the Upkeep, which is the bouncing bomb for the Dambuster raids. He also developed the Highball as well, for another secret squadron, 618 Squadron. If you've not heard of them, that was a type of bouncing ball, massive ball with a backspin to take out the Tirpitz, although that wasn't used in the end. They used the Torboy in the end for that, with 9 and the 9 Squadron and 617 who took care of that, but that's another story. So the point of the geodetic airframe is that it could take a lot of battle damage. It was easy to assemble. It was easy to repair in, like I said, the battle damage. You'll see the example right across the airframe and the wings, the airfoils there, right along the wings. Beautiful. It was a very, very nice. I think Cosford have got some examples, and there was some specimens at the Marham Aviation Heritage Centre as well there. But the rate of these, I mean, this was the most produced bomber, over 11,400. They made about 16 different variants, Mark 3 and 10, that kind of those marks. They had the Bristol Hercules engines, nice and powerful. Mark 2, I think, had Rolls-Royce Merlin engines in them, if I remember correctly, on those. So yeah, this was the most produced bomber and of the Royal Air Force during World War II. They were making these at a rate of 28 a week as well. Okay, and it was also a record break. It took part in a record breaker at the. Oh, I'm getting pointed at. I'm getting pointed at. Coming in. Thank you. I think we've got something coming in. Well, that's alright. All the workmen have cleared off. What have we got coming in?
Can't see nothing.
Oh yeah. Or is it a low approach from something? Maybe an F-35? We'll find out. F-15s. the F-15s. Nice. Of course, we'll be seeing them tomorrow at RAF Mildenhall. That's where you usually see them, not here, but it's not the first time. They go two F-15E Strike Eagles of the 48 Fighter Wing, which are just across the road. Visit. So there we go at Broughton factory, where Airbus still makes wonderful aircraft today. We go back to 1943, the factory there, workers, both men and women there, working tirelessly. About 6,000 people took part in making 28 Wellingtons a week, and this is what we were having. It was did see operational service as well, and they went about a mission to build LN 514, a particular Wellington that was about to make history, a world record. The world record to assemble a bomber at the time was 48 hours. They set a target of 30 hours. So men and women working literally 24 hours, some even dressed up, coming back from parties at 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning, just doing their bit to assist. Sounds like we got, sounds like we may have something. Everyone's pointing their cameras and looking at the skies, which is always a good hint. Have a look at photographers. If they're pointing at something, it could be good. So they wanted to break a previous construction record and to do this. So 30 hours they gave themselves, and it was Vickers Wellington LN 514, which was going to be put together. There we go. And ladies, gents and teddy bears, they managed to do just that. They not only beat the 48-hour record, not only did they beat their own record, but they actually built this in 23 hours, okay, and 48 minutes. So they smashed the world record. In fact, I've seen a video of this being towed out. There was one of the ground crew just doing a few bits of last-minute polishing, and they had to wake up. They had to wake up the. We got another two. They had to wake up the pilot that was going to fly it because they were 7 hours early. Flew it about half an hour later. So in 24 hours they built a bomber and flew it. So 5.5 miles in this direction. The way the backwards crow flies is RAF Lakenheath. Now, Lakenheath wasn't actually built until 1940. Nice. But Lakenheath, just before it was built and functioned as a station, saved Mildenhall on around 5 occasions because it was a decoy airfield in 1940.
We went down there anyway.
No, we had 7 lads. That's why we pulled down there.
No, we pulled down there last and shut the van.
So it meant having fake runway, fake hangars, a couple of officers in the special operations bunker. You can hear some engine running just to my right. Oh, I love that shot. I was hoping it would do that. They don't always use the same orientation of runways, both of these two, Lakenheath and Mildenhall. Don't forget there is a difference of 50 degrees between the two. By that I mean 05 and 10 on their easterly runways. And of course 23 and 28 for the westerly, so there is a big difference of 50 degrees in it. Okay, there's a start up now, so we should get another departure coming up. Sounds like the C-146 of the 67th Special Operations Squadron just firing up the C-146 Wolfhound. We should be getting another departure. glad I got you the Hayford fact sheet, because I think that's kind of cool. I do like, you know, I do like to show you the first of what was operational. I do have most of them. And of course, like I said, we are now up to the Vickers Wellington bomber. Looking at it, there it is. And it had a pretty good reputation as well, served with a lot of OTUs, operational training units as well. The Mark 1C crew of 506 with a length of 64 foot 7 inches, wingspan 86 feet and 2 inches, and powered. The first lot were powered by, like I said, started off with Bristol Pegasus, but other Marks started to use, well, Mark II had the Rolls-Royce Merlin, and Bristol Pegasus was the first earlier Marks, but then they upgraded to the more powerful Bristol Hercules. Max speed of 235 on the first original ones, with the service ceiling of 18,000 feet. Bomb load, 4,500 pound of payload. That's 2,000 kilograms for those that do new money as well. I'll try and remember to do both. But what was interesting, while they were operating this here at RAF Mildenhall, sort of 38 to 39, something extraordinary happened further down. So it was 149 Squadron that arrived here with Wellingtons, and 99 Squadron also converted to them. And on the 3rd, literally on the outbreak of the war, 6 hours after the declaration of war, that's the 3rd of September 1939, just 6 hours into the war, 3 Wellingtons of 149 Squadron took off for a raid to bomb German battleships in Kiel. Now, I've managed to get some sort of date for you around January the 18th, around 1940, early 1940 is what I can get to you. And also around that sort of time, 149 Squadron took off for a night bombing mission as well. But during that time, let me see if I've got you a diagram here for it. Have a look if I can see if I can get this to work in this horrible windy day. Really bad. I don't like it. Goodness me, I don't even know if we're going to survive this today with my drawings. Wow, maybe not. So of course you've got Mildenhall here, which was one of the largest bomber airfields built. Now, with all the anti-aircraft fire that you can have on machine gun posts, what they decided to do, slap bang in the middle between Feltwell and here, was to build, and it wasn't just for here, it was a series of decoy airfields around the country. We had K site and a Q site. These were special codes given to the type of scale of operations for the decoy airfields. For those that are new, decoy airfields are fake airfields. They're pretend airfields to mimic and pretend the real thing. Okay, so basically you make it look like it. You have a runway. You can see an example of all films, right? Of all films, I've only ever seen it in Woman in Black 2. I know, right? Just kind of shows what type of films I like to watch. But anyway, moving on. Not everyone's cat at tea. But yeah, the plywood, I believe, was locally supplied, I think from Eriswell, and they made fake Wellington bombers because you want to have the same aircraft that you're trying to mimic and try to deceive. It worked, because I'll explain why. So there would have been a bunker of officers. Now, K site was a daytime operation and Q site was nighttime. There were instances where some sites were K and Q. What this means is you are making a fake Mildenhall in this example. There were other fake examples. We covered Maxi decoy airfield, which is supposed to be a fake Wittering. But you would have had a bunker, and this is what it would have looked like if I can do it in this absolutely awful wind. Here we go. So you would have had, there it is, there's a cross section of inside, And this is, you know, when you buy a house, the plan, the overhead plan. So here's the inside. So you've got a blast wall there, the 2 officers in here doing all the lights, you know, because Lakenheath was a Q site, night time. So as you walk in, you're protected by this blast pad. But don't forget, this is covered by earth. And you're going inside, you've got your engine room here. And then here would have been a switchboard, so the officers could press some lights to make it look really effective. Maybe the runway lights, you had fake hangers, you had oil and petrol store here, you had all sorts of ventilation. Now this here, you have to see this cross section was a ladder, and up the ladder was this spotlight to mimic taxiing aircraft. Can you believe this? Unbelievable. And Lakenheath, from records that I found, was attacked on 5 separate occasions, which means it saved Mildenhall 5 times. Very clever, absolutely loving that. There you go, Decoy Airfield Ops Plan. And episode 12 of Lost Airfields will feature one of these. But here's another problem of decoy airfields. The problem was they looked too real, and the problem was there was actually friendlies that would actually attempt to land at a decoy airfield. Now this was extremely dangerous because there is no air traffic control there or anything, or at least a real one, and it was known to have lots of accidents and injuries and potentially loss of life. Now they had to come up with some sort of like lighting system to make sure that they knew that this was a decoy airfield. So you could see that's how real they were, to actually make the pilots of the Allies actually think that it was the real thing and actually attempted to try and land there. So they ended up having like special flare system. Good morning, Nicholas Rodriguez, Paul Mayers, Davey, Aston, Paul Fuller. How you doing? Hope you're good. Oi to you, Chris Bloxham, Edwards, Davey, Edward Coates, Elsie. Good morning to you. LEJ Approach, what up? How are we all doing? Andy, how you doing, man? You alright? Good. How's it all going? Okay, mate? So based on the Dornier 328, the military designation is the C-146. That's what you can hear in the background, and we're hoping to see that very shortly. It's the C-146A Wolfhound. Its primary mission is to provide US Special Ops Command flexible and responsive operational movement of small teams and cargo in support of the Theatre Special Operations Commands. It's a twin-engine, high-wing aircraft. It's equipped with configurable cabin capable of various passenger and cargo combinations as well. Powered by two Pratt & Whitney PW119C turboprop engines. Got a thrust of 2,282 shaft horsepower on these. Wingspan 68 feet 10 inches at 20.98 meters. Length 69 feet 10 inches, 21.29 meters. Unarmed, and it's going to be taxiing very shortly, I think. Get your pre-stream or your in-flight or your in-stream, that's probably a better word, isn't it? Your in-stream checklist. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up, hit the like button, give that a touch and go, and of course give the subscribe button a low approach just in case you haven't done so already. And if you are subscribed, don't forget you are cleared for a pairs departure on the notification bell button along with your subscription, so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos as well. And of course we always say don't forget to hit the care button. There's a button called care, and that's spelled S-H-A-R-E. Loving it when you guys share our streams and videos as well, and our channel means a lot when I see that on social media, so a big thank you to all of you who do that. My name's Dick Oss, cameraman, historian and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. We do have naturally with us our squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds nice. F-35s.
I think I forgot the budget.
God, look at that crosswind just pushing it. Beautiful. That was a good one. Oh yeah. Oh man, that was good. What we got, man? That's another one. We got another one here. Yep, we do. Here we go. It's time to clear those eardrums out a little bit with the wax there now. God, it's horrible up here. Giving it to you. We've had F-15, we've had two F-35s, giving us a bit of lower approacher. Look at it, beautiful. That is. Just because, you know, Ted's here, they just can't wait till tomorrow to see Ted. What we got over here now? What's this? It's all good. Lots of different stuff going on here today. We're loving it. Here we go, our C-146 Wolfhound. go. Really been chucked to the right. Look at this. Dude, both of them. Oh, you're joking. Is it? Well, what a day it's been already. It's just bingo! Oh, this is so good. And if you're playing Brize Bingo, today is going to be an interesting one, I think. EC-130. Wow. These are the EC-130s, an EC variant, an Airborne Battlefield Command and Control Center. How amazing is this? And it was based on the C-130E, hence the propellers being the four-bladed. Thank you, it's the compass call, right? Lockheed EC-130H compass call, the electronic attack. My apologies, it's not the E variant, it's the H. EC-130H compass call, the electronic attack aircraft of the US Air Force, based on the Lockheed C-130 Hercules, of course, and is heavily modified to disrupt enemy command and control. How awesome are these? I believe they're based at Davis Montham Air Force Base in Arizona. Of course, they can be deployed worldwide. And looking at the inventory, there are only 4 in the world. Or at least in service. Compass Call had its first flight in 1981 and delivered to the US Air Force in 1982, and it reached this IOC, that's initial operating capability, in 1983. All the EC-130H Compass Call were all assigned to the Air Combat Command. It's operated by the 55th Electronic Combat Group, consisting of 2 operational squadrons, the 41st and the 43rd. Here we go. Electronic Combat Squadron, here we go. Goodness me, is this actually going? Let's go, Teddy. Give me a sec, just gotta adjust this tripod so I don't go flying. Look at all this stuff on the back of it. little Offutt at Mildenhall, isn't it? Anymore? That's the AWCU vehicle that you can see there. Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. Oh, there we go. Getting less and less. You alright?
Yeah.
Getting less and less left now, look at that. Got a KC, oh hello. Got a KC-46 Pegasus over there as well. You never know. Might even get that later on. You just never know. You never know what you're going to get here. This is what I love about Mildenhall. It's just full of amazing surprises. You just never know what you're going to get. It's all quiet in the first few couple of hours, and then suddenly it all breaks into what you've just seen. Right, I'm just going to go and yeah, have a quick break. Doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to the 10th Conakry channel. Babs, how you doing? Hope you're good. Who's been a member for 19 months and who's put 19 months and loving every minute. Keep up the great work, everyone. Thank you very much, Babs. And Richard, 121970. Thank you for the super chat. Guards march to you. Enjoying it as always. Fantastic. Always fantastic. Thank you very much, Richard. Babs, a high five to you. Guards march, thank you for gifting a 10 Conakry membership. Evans with 14-month membership. Good morning all. Hope you're all having a fantastic day ahead. Yes, we're having a good time. And Ashdown Man, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards march to you. We Stevie Boy, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Paris Mad Razzie, high five to you. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. A Guards march to you. Chris White, to mark my anniversary, 12 months today. Thank you TCS, and thank you Chris White for that lovely super chat. Thank you very much. We Stevie Boy, high five and a Guards march. Thank you very much for gifting the Ted Coningsby membership. And we Stevie Boy sent a super chat with a message to Alan Burden, who's been with Rats. Matt Foster, thank you for being a member for 33 months. 33 months with some heavy aircraft. Send it. And Chris R as well, thank you for the super chat. Guards march. Margot as well, thank you for the super sticker. Guards march to you. Paul M. Hennings, thank you very much. You put, you know how it is. Thanks for the super chat. And then Scott, well, member for 18 months. Thank you, Nicholas, for everything you do for us all. Oh, thank you very much. Guards march to you for that. Brian Acosta, thank you very much for the super. And also got Kuro, KC-135 radar at Mildenhall. Thank you very much for letting me know. Guards march, thanks for the super. Hello. God, it's extremely so windy.
Yeah, so narrows.
Yeah. Yes, mate. I will. Thank you.
What do you think looks from it?
Yes, it was great. Yeah, it was brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, it was really good. I think it was really good. Yeah, well, we're going there towards the end of the year, actually. Oh, I'll have to check that out as well. No, it's not. Thank you. I'll see you again, How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. And for the fans of the pocket chair, I'm just going to show you the some scenarios of the famous pocket chair. I feel it hasn't been on much lately, has it? So let's see if I've got the pocket chair somewhere. There's the. Where are we? Just there. Yes, I'll show you a little demo of the pocket chair, of what you can do with it. I know the screen's gone, you know, pointing towards the ground there now. Let's have a little look. I'm going to show you the pocket chair. Hello. Here. Yeah, that bit's the runway here. They're going that way. No, they're going that way. No problem. Let's have a look. How we doing? Am I on here? I think I'm on here. There you go. So yeah, pocket chair. You're going along. Absolutely brilliant. Look at this. One-handed. Look. Absolutely brilliant. I hope I'm on the screen there now. I'm going to have a quick look. I'll have a quick look, see if that was on the screen. Was it on there? Oh, maybe it wasn't on there. Oh no, Leslie. Let's have a look. No, it wasn't on there at all, was it? Oh no. Ah, there, that's where I needed it. There we go. Right, hang on a minute. We're going to just take two that one. There you go. There's the pocket chair. So I'll show you what it can do, right? You're going along. Absolutely brilliant invention. And you just like... Yeah, so you go along and you need a chair, you know, just like... And you just put it away. See if I can... See that? Beautiful. There you go. How beautiful. There's the pocket chair there now. How are we doing? My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. The pocket chair, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope you enjoyed that. Oh, I love that pocket chair. Yeah, I had to do a take two on that one. Day. I mean, those are rare, as you may have heard in the background. They are sort of facing the mountain, retiring them, and this one looks like it's got a lick of paint, isn't it? But yeah, there's only, from what I've read, there's only like 4 in service, those EC-130Hs. Oh yeah. Hope you've been enjoying the Guess the Aircraft, our GTA, and I totally forgot to put the answer for last week on this week's quiz, but last week's was in fact a Portuguese marked chipmunk, believe it or not. Did you get that one? Did you put Chippy? Tuned into the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We've got some exciting things coming up, fingers crossed, later on the show. Should
Should be all good there now.
You know how it is there now. So where were we on the on the interrupted history? I think we got as far as Reconnaissance Decoy airfield, didn't we? So yeah, 1941, Reconnaissance was to have its first residence across the road at 5.5 miles in the direction, well, this pretty much direction really. And it was actually a satellite station to Mildenhall. There was a couple of others. There was Tuddenham and RAF. I always get this wrong, don't I? Newmarket? Or was it Downham? I always get that wrong, completely wrong. I'm going to go with RAF Newmarket for now, but it was something market. Yeah, I always get those. When there's two very similar, I can never get it right, so I end up doing 50-50 in it. I could just learn it right now. Hang on. That's the one. That's what. Is that why I get it mixed up? It's Newmarket Heath. Is that what it is? Ah. Yeah, Tuddenham. I always get Tuddenham. I get that one right. So was it not? Where is? So it's RAF Newmarket. I think it was just called Newmarket, wasn't it? Anyway. Thank you for that. So yeah, it served as a satellite station. For those that are interested in the full history of the constructions of the surrounding areas. And November 1941, 149 Squadron, who were here, who eventually went to RAF Reconnaissance to fully function there. They transitioned to the short Sterling bomber. Now then, we've had a good talk about the short Sterling bomber, haven't we? Oh yeah. We've had a good chat about that one. And somehow I've been doing some research about the bomber that wasn't meant to be. The short Sterling bomber that arrived here. So they all started to convert to the Royal Air Force's first ever 4-engine heavy bomber. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, I give you the short Sterling bomber. Now, originally it wasn't the first choice for the 4-engine heavy bomber. You see, we had the likes of the Wellington, we had the likes of the Hampden, we had the Wolseley, what else did we have? We had the Blenheim, the Manchester, of course, which had all sorts of problems, as you know, which actually was grounded several times. And eventually, the Royal Air Force really needed a 4-engine bomber, so they put out a specification. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, they put a specification for companies to try and get in there to make the first 4-engine heavy bomber. I know. And the specification that the Air Ministry put out was B-12-36. Now, for those that don't understand the Air Ministry's specifications, let's face it, the Air Ministry might be something that you've not heard of. They formed in 1918 and dissolved in 1964, which then is now the MOD. That's where it came from. So the Air Ministry turned into the, or at least superseded the department, was the Ministry of Defence, which is what we have today. Now, the specifications are a little bit different if you're not familiar to them. Now, specifications was something of an operational requirement. abbreviated OR if you're not familiar with this. And there was a structure for these specifications. There was even a private venture specification. Each letter of the specifications meant something. So for example, the letter B was for heavy bomber, P for medium, F for fighter. There was also A for the Army Corporation as well. Also N for naval, E for experimental, hence the E2839 of Sir Frank Whittle, for example. There was also training like T3. There was also there was a few others like G and M for multi-role and X, I believe, as well. There were several. Now, each year it goes numerical, regardless of what the aircraft was to be put into specification. So what I'm saying is, say for example, we had a letter B1 in 1936. Okay, the Air Ministry said, right, we want a B. Okay, we want a heavy bomber. It's the first issue of 1936, so it'll be B1 36. Say for example they then needed a medium bomber, they'll put a letter P and then number 2/36, and then if there was a fighter it will go to F3/36, and then if they wanted another heavy bomber they'll put a B and it will go 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, 8, 9 / the year. So when it turned into 1937, the first entry would be number 1. Of course, you've got to have the letter, but it'll be number 1/37, number 2/. So there was a structure for it, and each specification had a particular requirement, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So you've got to remember that they had something to be developed on. So each specification was given a particular requirement. Okay, it's really important to know this, because this will kind of give you the indication of exactly what the Air Ministry wanted a company to do so. All right, so I hope you're following this so far. So this plan was for a heavy bomber, all right, and it was B1236. Now, as far as operational requirements, it was number 40. Now, there were specifications that it had to adhere to. All right, so you've got to remember this. Right, so on the specification of B12/36, the Air Ministry wanted a 4-engine heavy bomber, and it had to have 250 miles per hour cruise. It had to have a 1,500-mile range and 4,000 pound of bomb load. Now that sounds quite modest, really, for that. There were other companies that put into this, the Armstrong Whitworth, or at least Armstrong. There was Short Brothers, and also Supermarine as well. All right, so don't forget these projects were put in place. Now, let's have a little look and delve into this a little bit more. What does this all mean for us? Well, when they were making aircraft, okay, so it's quite important to know this. Hello, how are we doing? Look at my hair, it's completely windswept. It was actually perfectly straight up today, but there we go. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. So the Air Ministry would give out a specification. What does this mean? Well, it's a good thing for companies. Let's face it, we spoke about the Broughton factory. Men and women working tirelessly every day, and that means money in their pocket. Oi, oi. That means boosting the trade and the economy as well, and also bringing a good bit of wealth to a particular village or town. Think how important it is. So you've got all these companies going, oh, there's a specification by the Air Ministry, let's try and get the deal. It's like that today. Think of the YF-22 and the YF-23. Think of the prototypes that didn't make it, the ones that didn't get the go-ahead. Think about all those companies that just didn't make it, and the other prototype won. It's been like that since the age of aviation, and companies will fight to get that deal. Why? Because it means money. It means money, and especially during the need of if you're in active World War, you're going to need something quickly. So for those that know the channel, will know about the Supermarine 317. There was also a 316 and a 318. Okay, so Supermarine with Reginald J. Mitchell, he designed a 4-engine bomber. It was going to have, there was one prototype, it was the 318. It was really super powerful. I think it was Merlin engines, but one of them had Bristol Hercules in the end. And they said no to the 318. and went to the 317. So the 317 from the Air Ministry got the go-ahead. So we were going to, so he built two. The Supermarine factory built two of these 4-engine heavy bombers. They were ready to go. They were going to be our first ever 4-engine heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force. Sadly, RJ Mitchell, the main designer, passed away. And then more so, just to add more, like, just complete seal the deal to end it, the two prototypes were destroyed from a bombing attacks by the Luftwaffe during the war. So the factory got bombed, prototypes gone, the main designer who passed away. So the deal got the go-ahead to the Short brothers. Now, the Short brothers at the time, they had a few selections. They had the Short Sunderland. Now, the Short Sunderland wasn't basically shy of 4 engines because it already had them. In fact, the Mark V actually had really powerful Pratt & Whitney engines. I didn't know that until I went to Duxford and had a little read. I was like, these engines look good. And they were good. They were really good. And I have to admit, I am actually having a little bit of, I'm quite fond of the Short Sunderland because I've heard a lot of good things and I've read a lot of good things about it. About the particular one, and excuse the name of it, but it's the name of the aircraft, N for nuts. I love that. Now, the Short Sterling was, the Short Sunderland was literally a flying boat. But that said, it did its job, and the Ju-88s, the Junkers, they were really annoyed with it because they couldn't take it down. Why? Well, think about it. It's a flying boat and goes low as it wants, and they just struggled. There was an incident where this one N for nuts not only shot down completely one of the Ju-88s. There was 6 Ju-88s against a Short Sunderland. I mean, think about it. At first you probably think we won't have a chance. Yes, a lot of the crew were injured. They were attacked after attack after attack, but they did get one Ju-88 down. They destroyed another 2, and then another 2 came and they destroyed a couple more. So they really hated the Short Sunderland. It was nicknamed, I think, was it the Flying Porcupine? But anyway, the Short brothers were like, okay, cool, this could be our chance to get the first 4-engine bomber. Now let's have a little look. I haven't got a Short Sunderland, but you know what? I'm just going to go out and buy one. Not the real one, because I'll be out of pocket. I don't know, how much are they today? So, this is very, I say this very crudely, it's quite similar in some ways to the Short Sunderland. Why? Well, if you were to add the lower deck, okay, it would pretty much look like a Sunderland. Okay, so what the Short brothers did, they got rid of the lower deck. They kept this angle here, which was, I believe, the sea spray, and they, you know, this was a massive aircraft, and it had the criteria. It met the criteria for that specification, and it pretty much did the job. Now, the name of this was actually called the S-29, and it basically had a few adjustments. So B1236. The other thing, for whatever reason, I don't know why, I've read this, there was a restriction, or at least a specification, that it said in B1236 not to exceed the wingspan of 100 feet. I find that really odd. I'm still trying to find the answer, and as we know on the show, it's got nothing to do with the hangars, because the hangars were minimum. The smallest permanent hangar was 120 feet, so it had nothing to do with that. So that was a bit strange. But anyway, the S-29 got the deal, and the wingspan was just 99 feet. Now, what the Short brothers did, they added a few really clever things to it as well, all right, which I will talk about. The wingspan was 99 foot and 1 inches. That's 30 meters and 20 centimeters. That's 99 feet, right? Length was 87 feet 3 inches, 26.59 meters. The height of this thing was nearly 7 meters, 6.93 to be exact, 22 feet 9 inches. That's massive. Its empty weight was 49,600. That's almost twice the empty weight of a Eurofighter Typhoon. But it could take, all right, it could take the bombs, could take 14,000 pound of bombs. Check. Cruise speed, it could do 200 miles per hour. Okay, but it had a max speed of 282. So that pretty much got the go-ahead. It also had a great range of 2,330. However, here's a clever but not so clever. It was powered by 4 Bristol Hercules Mark 11 14-cylinder air-cooled engines at 1,500 horsepower. Now, I had a look at the wing area. Now, what the Short brothers did, they thickened it. They made these stubby wings quite thick. I'm going to do some maths, because looking at the models I've got at home, I think the Short Sterling may have had a bit of a larger wing area, although it was shorter by just a couple of feet. I think it had a larger wing area than the Lancaster, or maybe the B-17. I'm going to do a little bit of maths. But the other clever thing that it had these gouge flaps. I thought that was a modern thing, but the sections here on the inner side, that actually retract. So when you don't need the lift and you need a bit more agility, you can actually retract them. Now, the other thing that they did, they did a massive weapons bay here, this huge bomb bay here, and also 2 square bomb bays here, all right? The only problem that they did, which clearly was too much to rectify, they made these doors. There was 2 dividers, which meant a row of 3 bombs. The problem is the Royal Air Force really needed and were developing heavier bombs than 2,000 pounders. In fact, this could only fit 2,000 pounders as a max one type of bomb. The Royal Air Force were making 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, 14,000 pounders, 10,000 pounders. Yes, we'll leave out the 22,000 pounder because that was really for a completely modified aircraft, which was a bit before its time, this one. However, so with that in mind, it became a little bit redundant, because when you fully load this and fully fuel it, it could only get 16,500 feet. Now, if you're going across the Alps, it's going to be a little bit bumpy. But here's the clever thing about the Short Sterling. It was very manoeuvrable because of its stubbier wings. It was able to outmaneuver and be more manoeuvrable than a Lancaster and a Halifax. So pilots loved this. So it was able to get away from attacking fighters. So that was a thumbs up. The other thing, eventually in 1943, this, my friends, became the bomber that didn't bomb, because it was able originally to take 14,000 pound bombs, but what they found out, that it was more useful to take the Horsa gliders, so it became a tower. Because it was quick and it was made to take 14,000 pound of payload, it was actually a more efficient, shall we say, is that the right word, than the C-47? So they used it for that. Also, underneath, it was also used for SOE, to take SOE and supplies. They filled these up, a bit like the carpet baggers at Harrington. They made special capsules, shall we say, to have special supplies, and also drop off SOE agents. It was also able to drop what was called window, which is like a form of chaff, like bits of metal to fool enemy radar, with 218 Squadron during Operation Glimmer. So it became known as the bomber that didn't bomb. RAF Fairford had these for those purposes, for non-bombing duties. RAF Brize Norton were also using the Sterling for those duties as well. So, you know, you got to give it to the Sterling for what it was. But it had some really remarkable stuff, really did. And, you know, it could take a battering. This was huge. This was long. It could, I think if you were to sit a Halifax or a Lancaster, they'd stop about here. But I think the wing area was actually more dominant. I'm going to have a look at this, even though they were stubbier and shorter. I've got a funny feeling that the wing area might have been a bit thicker. But we'll see. Anyway, there's our Short Sterling bomber. Hope you enjoyed that. But yeah, we were going to have a Supermarine. But of course, when the Sterling came out, next was the Halifax, which was also based here. And we also had Lancasters here as well. And very briefly, the Avro Lincoln. I know, but we'll get to that. So there you go, the Short Sterling bombers were here from November 1941. And eventually some of the squadrons, such as 149 and 199, they actually moved to RAF Lakenheath which eventually functioned as an independent station. Now, on just before Christmas, on the 15th of December 1941, 419 Royal Canadian Air Force actually activated here at Mildenhall. On the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons of 419 and 17 of 149 took part in the 1000 bomber raid. 1,047 total bombers took part in this raid. 599 of those were Wellingtons alone. In 1942, 75 Squadron replaced 419, and 115 Squadron, who we know so dearly, arrived here as well. On the 13th of April 1943, 15 Squadron arrived in the Horsa gliders. Now, Horsa gliders returned to Royal Air Force maintenance units for storage, and that was by 25 Glider Maintenance Squadron, who departed for the Mediterranean Theatre of Operations in March 1944. Also on the 10th of August 1943, 622 B Squadron activated from C flight of 15 Squadron. You'll notice this happens quite a lot, of A, B, C flights sort of merging into other squadrons. November 1943, Lancasters arrived here along with Halifaxes. On the 22nd of March 1944, Lancaster and Halifaxes took off in a raid over the Big B, as it was nicknamed. That's right, Berlin. Even on D-Day, Mildenhall took part as well. 35 Lancasters of 15 and 622 squadrons hit targets over the Atlantic Wall. And the following day, they attacked even more. And finally, December 1945, B-17s arrived here with the Lincoln, Avro Lincoln bomber. And in 1947 to 48, the base finally closed for upgrades. When it was upgraded, I think this is where I kind of need to do a little bit more research regarding the Avro Lincoln and the Boeing Washington. You see, there was a bit of a transition. Now, the Lincoln technically derived all the way from the Avro Manchester, because the Avro Manchester turned into the Lancaster and the Lancaster turned into the Lincoln. In fact, they stuck an extra 18 feet on the Lincoln than the Lancaster. More powerful engines, Rolls-Royce Merlin 85s or Packard 83s, could do 310 miles per hour, service ceiling of 30,500, and that's with the 22,000 pounder Grand Slam Argyre. 230 OCU were to be here to train the pilots on the Lincoln. There was a bit of doing a little bit of research, and I'm only catching little couple of minute glimpses between the Avro Lincoln and the Boeing Washingtons of the Royal Air Force. Now, the Boeing Washingtons, so be it, they're B-29s. Okay, they're just called Boeing Washingtons in the RAF. What's interesting is the cost between the two and their capabilities. It sounds like, from reading this, it sounds like the Avro Lincoln came out a bit late. It kind of, when it was developed, it was way past its sell-by date. What the RAF were doing, so the likes of PA-474, Just Jane, and the modifications they did with 617 Squadron's Lancasters to carry the 22,000 pounder. The focus was on the Far East, the focus was Japan, but the B-29s took care of that. So by the time the Avro Lincoln came out, all these modified Tiger Force Lancasters were kind of like redundant, but they didn't wait around. They, instead of modifying, they just made a new aircraft, the Avro Lincoln. However, the B-29 was already out. Just to give you an idea on cost, the B-29 was 5 times the cost of one Avro Lincoln. Wow. So that's quite a lot. In the end, it was decided to lease around, I think it was 87, I could be right, it's 87 or 83. I'm going to go with 87, final answer. 87 Boeing Washingtons used by the Royal Air Force. All that was different was the markings. That was it, and they were spread out around that time period. A lot of bases were chosen to be VHB bases, very heavy bomber bases. Sculthorpe, Marham, Lakenheath, and they were also trialled at some stations where they could operate heavy bombers, and eventually the Lincoln sadly became redundant, but it was used. But I'm going to find out a little bit more, I think, when the likes of the next stage now, after 1948, a lot of changes happened to Royal Air Force bases. So between 1948 and 1950, some of the bases were were then hosted by the US Air Force, or they were joint. So in 1950 here, US Air Force and Royal Air Force were working together. It's the same scenario as Brize Norton. It was the same thing, 1950 to 1959, same situation. So from there we've got SAC, Strategic Air Command. So, and then after that we started to get Detachment 4 and all these kind of things that that brought in wonderful, wonderful aircraft. Now let's have a little look and just imagine what we're going to get next. So we've got B-17s arriving in. Now the B-17s weren't actually based here. They were just here for trials. They were doing some testing. And yeah, so we had Strategic Air Command. And then something wonderful happened once we started to get into the 70s. And oh, what's that noise? Attention, please like and subscribe. Yeah, so once the runways were updated, like I said, Avro Lincolns were here. There were B-29 Super Fortresses were here. And in the end, 230 kind of didn't get the go-ahead to become the operational conversion unit. There were elements of the 93rd Bomb Group and the 329th Bomb Squadron, the 330th Bomb Squadron, and the 4115th Organisational Squadron arrived here to operate in rotational duty. Now check this out, they were operating 45 WB-50 Super Fortresses, which is again a modified B-29. We had B-47s, B-52s, KC-97s here. There was B-50s that were here in 1951. B-29s were stationed at Mildenhall when the 93rd Bomb Group rotated out the 830th Bombardment Squadron from the 509th Bombardment Wing. So lots of B-50s going on during this time. RB-29s, KB-29s, and June 53 we saw KC-97Es. There was even the Silk Purse, if you're familiar with that as well. That was also here. It was a real, you know, we also had like the Thor missile sites going on around the vicinity and selected areas. It was a, you know, that strange time during the Cold War. VC-47s, C-47s, and then of course the SR-71 Blackbird was also here. Now when it first arrived here, the SR-71 Blackbird, it made its first visit to Mildenhall in 1974. Now this was just a visit, and just to give you an idea, it decided to carry out a world record. It flew from New York to London and it took only 1 hour and 55 minutes, and it covered 3,479.41 miles. And it flew 3 times. That's a car, we're not getting shot at. Please don't call anyone. And yeah, what a record. It also decided to do something else on the 13th of September 1974 as it departed Mildenhall. The SR-71 set another world record from a flight to LA, California. The trip took 3 hours and 47 minutes, covered 5,446.86 miles. Wow. Eventually though, the U-2 and the SR-71 decided to make Mildenhall its home. We do have a C-17 not far as well. C-17, but we just got to have a little think if it's coming here or not. Yeah, so 1st of Feb 1992, the 100th Air Refueling Wing came back to England. Their original home, not far away from here, Thorpe Abbott, Station 139. They were indeed the 100th Bomb Group. May pass and turn left to go over Ely and turn round, but we'll see. At the moment, it's looking like a bit of Lakenheath at the minute. Well, it's certainly been brilliant with some great movement. Been loving it. Really good to see the rare stuff. Gonna do. Should turn out to Ely and turn round if it's for us. Let's see. So it might take the Soham and turn right over Ely and line up for runway 10. Let's have a look. Or just do a complete sharp right, which it could do. I think it is as well. Let's have a look. Either one will do as long as it comes here, right? Okay, here we go. It is here. Let's see what it's going to do. So it can either turn left to do the usual route, which will head over to Ely. So, at this stage, I'd say safely that it is for us. So usually they'll go around over Ely and line up. Heading 100 degrees. Gone into the cloud, so we'll just wait for it to reappear as it comes back in. Sounds like someone's got bingo. They've got a line on their card. Bingo got a line on card 3. F-15 visitor C-17 beat F-35. Well, congratulations. Card 3 is a winner, and I believe it's someone may have called it Perry. So yeah, we haven't had a KC-135 actually on the show. Well, we've seen it taxiing, but it doesn't count because it's got to be flying. We've seen it taxiing across to park up. How are we all doing? Hope you're all good. Welcome to the show. Dave Holloway, Christopher Carr, Blocks. Wee Stevie Boy, how we doing? Yanis Godzis, Wibbs, Kevin Jackson, Jakey H2000. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good and enjoying the show. Edward Coates, how you going as well? Hope you're good. Christopher Carr, oi oi. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Hope to see you tomorrow, man.
miles away.
So the C-17 on its way here. Thanks a lot, Davey, for the info of Charleston Air Force Base, the 437th Airlift Wing. Yeah, just about make it out. Here we go. Let's ride. Pump some heavyweight. Punchy. Now and again, it's quite, quite loosely intermittent. Gusting winds from, well, they're crosswinds as well. They're not been the nicest today. They're pushing at this angle from my right. It's eaten by the clouds. I'll just wait for it to reappear magically. Debris on the runway, which just got picked up. Something, a bit of FOD on the runway. Looks like it's just been picked up now by wing safety. Nice one, wing safety. If the runway's not safe, turn around, go around and just try again. It's all about safety. So good work there from everyone. Okay, so there are no vehicles now on the runway, so that should be good. Okay, here we go, lights on. Can take 23,800 pieces of whole salmon if the bears got hungry. welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. We're at the Nook campsite, and I forgot to mention there are toilets here, but they are, you have to use the correct one. There is a designated toilets for those visiting for plane spotting. Through the clouds to see if I can spot the MC-130J, which we managed to catch at the start of the show today. At the moment it's not visible, the clouds looking a bit low. You doing a few checks, as they do all day. This is a 24-hour base, ladies and teddy bears. The base, or the airspace, managed by Lakenheath's RAPCON at Lakenheath. Now that's not to say there's no one at tower here. There are. They do all the ground frequencies, the operational frequencies as well, the ground runs and taxi and that kind of thing. And then you've got Lakenheath's RAPCON, which deal with the airspace itself. RAPCON stands for radar approach and control. we go out to possibly Ely again and turn round. While we wait. There's some sort of livery that's going right across the fuselage, isn't there? Like a ribbon. How you doing? Yeah, I think it was Tom Cruise just going past. Here he comes now, Tom Cruise. Now we're not on Mordor today, but we're at Mildenhall instead. KC-135. I can hear a KC-135 behind me taxiing. Cool, we'll take that. Yes! Another good day at Mildenhall, right? Still some punchy, gusting winds going on in Hull. Can you hear that? I can hear a KC-135. Strato tanker. Now, the 100th Air Refueling Wings legacy still fly happily and proudly the 443 tail marking that was featured on the 100th Bomb Group B-17s, along with the nose art that were once featured on the B-17s of the 100th Bomb Group. Still living that legacy today. See the landing lights, maybe not from this angle. Oh, here we go. This is the angle. Wish we had that blue sky over here. That's all we're going to get today, that. Sorry about that, I'll just calm down there now. I'll have some more tea. Zooming out, my finger got stuck. Up you go. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. KC-135. Featuring the new King's crown as well. Look at this. Now you'll notice, or for those that don't know, RAF Alconbury, RAF Mildenhall, Brampton, Kirk Newton, Upper Hayford, they've all got the same station crest. It's the same. That's all from Support Command. Person now. go. 21,600 pounds of thrust each in these CFM International. That is. Send it. Green and Common may have had the same, I think, off the top of my head. Here we go. ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and we're live here at RAF Mildenhall. And we've got a MC-130J just turning round on long final now. They are red arrows after all. They are all about
Waddington.
Yeah.
Then they're going down to Kent for an air show.
Yes.
Then coming back.
Oh, you're not? Okay, here we go, ladies, gents, teddy bears. You're watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall, and we've got our MC-130J just coming back, probably for hopefully another circuit.
Like I am. I don't move. I am a.
You got it? You got it? Right.
I'm gonna watch him land. Looks like KC. Yeah, he's fishy in there. Wow.
Alright, that's what you're here to see today.
The 67th Special Operations Squadron.
Oh yeah.
Special Ops.
Red
Super
arrow
bad.
bars.
I'm getting up.
You hang up, man. Go on then.
Stop.
Afternoon. Yes, please.
Yeah, I've just got a night. I'll probably change. Yeah. I'm gonna walk down.
I ain't going to change. I'll just change it for you. Alright. Just two adults.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
One. I'll see you.
The aircraft in the background. It is indeed an MC-130J Commando 2, and it's capable of air-to-air refueling its fellow aircraft in the wing of the 752nd Special Operations Group, the CV-22 Osprey. Eagles, as they're nicknamed, operate in austere, hostile environments as well, in the dark skies. Birds timed that quite well, actually. If you're going to be special ops, that is a good, absolutely brilliant that. And there's Rodders, was that Rodders there, jumping around? A jump around. He's crossing the runway, look at him. Look at him go there now, look at him. Beautiful, that was a lovely stop there from the MC-130J Commando 2 of the 67th Special Operations Squadron. Hey, take care, see you later, bye.
Yeah.
There he is, the matronator. How's it going, matronator? Hope you're all good. We've also got the, let's have a look. Hope we're all good, ladies and gentlemen, teddy bears. The C-17 that came in today is just in sight over here. Look at that. Nice pic, isn't it? Lovely. C-17 that came in earlier. There it is. Let's have a look what else we got here now. Well, we've got to go and catch a quick bite to eat. Go and have a quick break before it all starts.
you doing all right?
Are you?
Good.
What's flying today? Is there anything big coming in? Yeah, so we updated. No, not the update, a few weeks ago. I've heard rumours about that. What landings?
So you go to the Traverse. First landing, wasn't it?
Brilliant.
Yeah. Second attempt we finally got down. I thought he was doing touch and goes though.
That was one touch and go.
Yeah. I think that was probably not his best landing though. That first one.
That was a touch and go.
Was it? Then a few jets late me. See red arrows of it.
Around the what? I can't hear you. Come and look.
Around the back of the car.
Lunch, Dad? No? What about if you ate up 14 minutes? If you haven't done it, you'll be sat here doing it. Very rare. No, don't eat it up on the floor.
How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We could be on for a bit of a fun treat. Around about 9 minutes past 2 o'clock. There's the famous Square D, the legacy that lives on, still lives on. The only operational wing to fly their World War II markings. The only World War II markings still flying today with the 100th. Now you may see, for example, I'm just going to pick a plane, you may see a C-130 with a World War II markings. That's fine, but it's not actually flying operationally that tail code, for example. What did we see? A triangle A, was it, that we seen, or square A, was it? But they can fly it for ceremonious reasons. But let's not forget their World War II tail markings will always stay with them, or shall I say, their squadron or wing or group markings will always stay with the wing or the group or the squadron. Will always stay with them as historical content. But the 100th Air Refueling Wing are the only ones to actually be able to have the honour of flying it. Now, it was on the 1st of June 1944 that the 100th Bomb Group Heavy, in brackets H if you ever see the brackets H, if you see a brackets L, that means light. If you ever see brackets D, that was for dive. Various organisation of categorising each group. The square B, yeah, the square B, that's correct. And the 100th Bomb Group remain, it was, although it was activated, then obviously you got to start getting all personnel and staff. Yes, the square B, they're all, as far as I know, you can fly it for ceremonial reasons, for anniversaries, for D-Day or VJ Day or anything like that. When the 100th Bomb Group were formed, they transferred from base to base, or Walla Walla Army Air Base in Washington, where it received its first ever Boeing B-17. It was the B-17F. So for those that don't know and not familiar with the B-17, this was their aircraft, the mighty B-17 Flying Fortress, given a name by a reporter who said, "My, that looks like a flying fortress," because the amount of guns that was on this thing was actually spectacular. You had about 13 50 cal M2 Browning machine guns. So that's why it got given the name. And of course Boeing, they thought, yeah, let's take that, we'll have that, we'll call it the B-17 Flying Fortress. So they went with that, they acclaimed that, and the rest is history. So obviously there were lots of variants as well. This one's, you know, you get different guns at the front as well on there. It's a beautiful, for me it's quite an iconic aircraft of the 8th, the mighty 8th, of course. And so once they obtained their B-17s from the Boeing factory in Seattle, the 100th relocated various places and bases such as Utah, for example. And it was on New Year's Day in 1943 members of the group started to get transferred. Now during this time the mighty 8th were training, all right, they were training and extensively training on daylight bombing. In fact, they're quote unquote, we could place a bomb that accurate, we can place a bomb in a pickle barrel. That's what they were training for. And when the disastrous things happened for nighttime bombing during the Royal Air Force's battles of bombing raids during World War II, the United States Army Air Force and the Mighty Eight kind of refused to actually just solely do nighttime, because their argument was, well, they've been training for months and months and months of hardcore training of daylight bombing to get the precision correct, that they weren't prepared to do nighttime bombing. So there we go. So the Echelon and troops set sail as well. The RMS Queen Elizabeth, they went to Poddington first. That was on the 27th of May 1943. The 100th Bomb Group arrived at their new base, RAF Thorpe Abbotts. Now originally Thorpe Abbotts was going, which is in Diss in Norfolk, was going to be, their code by the way on the ground is Tango Alpha, if you ever see that. Thorpe Abbotts, that makes sense, built by John Lang and Son. A lot of these places that companies that built runways are still going today. They're household names today. Was it Taylor Wimpey and you know, companies that are still going today with that. Now the Thorpe Abbotts was going to be RAF Forum satellite station, but of course as the Mighty Eight got bigger and bigger, it was time to convert it to a United States Army Air Force operating by the Mighty Eighth. So Thorpe Abbotts, of course, the United States Army Air Force number their station, so it was station 139, and on the 25th of June 1943, the 100th Bomb Group flew its first ever 8th Air Force combat mission, and it was to bomb a U-boat yard in Bremen. The beginning of the Bloody Hundredth's legacy, as they were nicknamed. They got the nickname all because, not because they had the most losses, it was the most amount of losses in any one mission. So they'll go out on a mission and they would usually come back with many losses. It was the legacy that began. The group focused its bombing on attacks on German airfields. They were taking out industrial plants, naval facilities all over Europe, and they inherited the Bloody Hundredth nickname due to the severe losses. And one of their tragic ones was during the raid over Munster on the 10th of October 1943, and where originally there was about 18 B-17s that took off, 5 went tech, and of the 12 of the 13 that actually, of the 13 that actually made it to the raid, only 1 managed to come back. All 12 were shot down. The only surviving 100th Bomb Group B-17 to reach Munster and return was Royal Flush B-17F, and that was commanded by, for the mission, by Robert Rosenthal. And it returned to base severely damaged. The warning flare was raised to indicate that they had injured and wounded on board. So only 4 of the original 38 co-pilots assigned to the group completed their assigned 25 mission tour. So they did earn distinguished unit citations, for example in August 1943, the Regensburg mission as well, and so on and so on. They took part in Big Week, a week in February of 1944, to the 25th, Monday to Friday, I think it was Big Week. It was called officially Operation Argument. It was basically round the clock, a joint effort by the Royal Air Force and the United States Army Air Force. Royal Air Force at night, the United States Army Air Force's Mighty Eighth in the day. So it was clockwork, and it was literally a build-up to D-Day, to take out as much of the German positions as possible before they rolled out D-Day. So it was actually technically part of the D-Day proceedings as well. So they did take part in a humanitarian last mission as well. Before they inactivated, they were dropping supplies over Belgium and Netherlands as well. Very different to the Lancaster, of course, a very different aircraft indeed. A different type of bomb bay as well, where it was the bombs would be stacked up vertically rather than long, basically in length, shall we say, along the bomb bay. So very different. And as we know, The Mighty 8th had a very different system. I would normally show you my diagram, but it's very, very windy. Now, tail markings and squadron markings has been around since World War I. Okay, originally, and it's a very, very good question. I don't have an example, but what I will show you is possibly. Now let's go back to my Wellington here. Let's have a little look at the Wellington and some of the markings that we've got. Let's have a look. Let's use the Sterling as it's. Let's use the Sterling now. See, the Royal Air Force had before, because of course America wasn't in. It was neutral. Okay, but until the 7th of December 1941. They didn't really have any sort of system, like a code system here. This is the 199 Squadron EX, Echo X-ray. Now, just a little bit of history for you, just so you can appreciate what was going on here. World War I, they did actually have the Union flag, all right, the Union Jack, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of history with calling it Jack and etc. But yeah, there's a lot of history with that. Won't go into too much detail, but we'll call it the British flag. It was on there. The thing is, it's hard to see if aircraft are going, and let's face it, many army on the ground have never seen a flying anything. They've never seen an aircraft before. They've never seen anything like it. So having a flag going quite fast and quickly, it was quite hard to actually distinguish what on earth this was. Okay, so the French brought in a system called the roundel, and it was very similar to this, but they had red. It was red on the outside, white, and then blue. They had a blue dot. Okay, so this was a good idea. The yellow, by the way, it's like a quick indicator to identify between friend and foe. You can have it on the leading edge as well, so on and so on. Okay. So the Royal Air Force roundel was actually derived from the French roundel, so they just reversed the colours, so it's blue, white and red. Okay, and they brought that in, and that's the reason. We've spoken about many times why there's only one roundel on the United States Army Air Forces. That was early 1942, a decision to save lives, because our eyes love symmetry, and if you are an attacking aircraft, really for fighters, your eyes will be fixed on the roundels. They will be glued. So in a dogfight, imagine this was a Spitfire, please, thank you. Your eyes have got the roundel as a centre and a line of sight. It's given it for you. A nice line of sight for the middle. What's in the middle? Pilot and, and the engine. The worst that you can do. So the Mighty 8th, the United States Army Air Forces, sorry, they got rid of the two roundel system, not to save paint, to save lives. In fact, saving paint meant saving weight, which they eventually, during a stage in 44, they got rid of the olive drab, and it was that bare metal coloured on their B-17s and B-24 Liberators and so on. That was the reasons behind it. It was a lot. You wouldn't think paint actually weighed a lot. It's something you don't think about, is it? But when you start, I mean, carry a paint pot weighs a ton. So imagine applying layers and layers of paint. But anyway, there you go. So the Royal Air Force, what they did at first during 1938-39, say for example 115 Squadron, they'd actually have 115 written on there. They'd actually write the number of the squadron. Why is that a problem? It is because you can trace back the aircraft, and then you know exactly the number of the squadron, what they've been doing, and where they're based. So this was a naughty idea, so they got rid of it. There was a bad idea and got rid of it, and they came up with a system that really didn't make any sense, which is what you want. So EX1, Zulu November 106, Echo Bravo 41 Squadron, Romeo Oscar 29 Squadron, Kilo Delta 115 Squadron. That's what it was in the end. Okay, so they got rid of that. So what I'm saying now is that the Mighty 8th had a really good idea to come up with a system to organise everything. The Mighty 8's bomb groups and the wings, don't forget you've got an Air Force, which is the 8th, then you've got a division, then you've got a wing, then you've got a group, and under the group you've got squadrons, and if you really want to go even more detail, you've got the flight, A to Z, okay? And they came up with shapes. So in this instance we got the square D. I wonder if the wind is kind enough for me to show you my diagram. I don't know if it's going to work. I can try. Let's have a look. If the wind is going to be kind enough, we may have a different type of takeoff. We may have paperwork down flying. kind of nice to show you my little bit of artwork that's becoming a bit legendary now, isn't it? But I think I've done it. Right, here we go. There we go. So, Air Force, Mighty 8th. These were the shapes. Why were they important? Because you can organise everything. You can get into formations with your bomb groups. Now, the shapes, a triangle. If you see a triangle, it's part of the 1st Air Division, which is still part of the 8th Air Force, right? Circle, usually on the B-24s, 2nd Air Division. And the square, 3rd Air Division. So we know the 100th Bomb Group were part of the 3rd Air Division. Under that, you get a wing. Okay, so you're allocated to a wing as well. It's a very good question. I don't think I've got the details of the actual wing. Ooh, good. Ooh, that's really got me, actually. That's very good, Nikos. Actually, don't. 13th Bomb Wing. There you go. I did write it down. The 13th Bomb Wing. Okay. Now, once you've got the wing, then you need your group. And what you do is literally, it looks like this. This is, I did one for the, sorry about this. I did one for the 1st Air Division and their wings. Look, random letters. There you go. Good luck. Remember them. There's my lovely 384 for Grafton Underwood. The U, the 457. Let's have a look. Where else we got here now? Yeah, there you go. Lovely, isn't it? And the J, the 351st at Polbrook. So, and then each division had a fighter wing attached to it. I'm going to end up losing this, aren't I? I'm going to end up totally losing it. I do apologise. But yeah, each division had their own fighter group, fighter wing. Sorry, had their own fighter wing, and then the fighter wings had their own groups. All right, so there's the groups of the 67th. Do you recognise any of them? The 65th Fighter Wing. So the 67th, 65th, and 66th were allocated to each division. So the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So these fighter wings and their groups would be allocated. So basically, Mildenhall, okay, part of the 3rd Air Division, they'll be looked after by the 66th Fighter Wing. They were the 55th, 78th, 339th, 353rd and the 357th Fighter Group. So whatever aircraft they had, that's who would be escorting them. So that's a bit of history for you there. Hope that makes sense. And then when they organised each group usually had 4 bomb squadrons to go with it. So yeah, I hope that made sense anyway. So there we go. That's the that's the legacy of the 100th Bomb Group, as opposed to their, World War II efforts. And you can go and see their heritage, their lineage at Thorpe Abbots even today. So when they returned to the United States, they became inactivated at Camp Kilmer, New Jersey, and that was on the 21st of December 1945. Now, they were involved and reactivated during the Cold War. This happened on the 29th of May 1947. They reactivated as the 100th Bomb Group. Don't forget, same as the 48th Fighter Group, they didn't become a wing until 1952. In fact, the 48th were part of the 70th Fighter Wing. How cool is that, eh? Hope you enjoyed that. Hello to you. Oi, oi. So during the Cold War, they were operating and training on the B-29. They got wing status, okay? They got wing status on the 1st of January 1953. Now, they were established in 53, but they didn't actually activate until 56. And there was a bit of a delay there now. But there we go. And during their time during the Cold War, they were flying the B-47E Stratojet. Their famous 351st, who are still with them, I believe were flying B-47 Stratojets out of RAF Brize Norton, for those interested. And they spent many a time during Strategic Air Command from bases out of England, such as Brize Norton, and Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Arizona. And then they became the 100th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing. Again, that was during Strategic Air Command as well. They were flying reconnaissance drones and Lockheed DC-130s as well. They were doing strategic reconnaissance with the Lockheed U-2 as well.
No way.
And then they became the 100th Air Refueling Wing later in the, I believe, the 70s, I'd like to say. Now, with a brief period in 1983, they did reactivate as the 100th Air Division at Whiteman Air Force Base, Missouri on the 1st of July 1990. But they, of course, they came back, reorganized, and became reorganization in 1991. And they put the 351st under the reactivated 20th Air Force. That was on the 29th of March 1991. And then it was time for them to relocate and reactivated as the 100th Air Refueling Wing here at Mildenhall on the 1st of Feb 1992. So just a quick little brief history of the 100th. I mean, that's really brief. I could do a whole 7 hours on them, but one day you never know. Thomas Perry, thank you. It's not easy in the wind trying to give you all the little details on my little drawings. It's part of the channel, you know how it is. So red 10 just behind me. So should have red 10 arriving very shortly, or at least his musket, I think, or the Juno. Looks like it. Yeah, here comes red 10. Or at least his chopper. I don't know if he's bringing the spare. Well, we'll soon find out with the suit. Juno helicopter from Shawbury that Red 10 will usually get to air shows in to do the commentary. Oh yeah, totally agree with you, Perry. I think they just, I think Red 10 will be in his aircraft to bring in the spare. That makes total sense. Absolutely makes total sense. And then what we'll see is Red 10 get in this later when he arrives with the spare Red Arrow. Yeah, totally agree, Perry, mate. Yeah, so they've got to get this somehow. So Red 10 ground musket won't be able to fly both this and the Hawk T1A. So how are we all doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. Hope we're all good and hope you've been enjoying it today. It's been pretty good today, hasn't it? We're treated to those very rare EC-130Hs. There's only 4 left, and by the sounds of it, there won't be many after that in the next year or so, by the sounds of it. Selena, thank you very much for your 18 months membership. And what a fantastic 18 months. Thanks, Team Ted. Thank you as well. Alan Clark, congratulations on 1 year of celebrations with the Ted Coningsby channel as a squadron member. Thank you very much for your 12-month milestone. Well done. What a wonderful year. What a wonderful first year he's put many more. Thank you very much. New Rail Badger, thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks for the stream. Hope you're all having a great day. Thank you very much indeed. Bailey as well, thank you very much for the super sticker. And Paul M. Hennings, C-17, a massive heavy iron, you know how it is. Thank you very much. To you as well. Thanks so much, super chat. Mate, looks like you're about to take off. LEJ Approach, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Tom Adams, congratulations. Well done on your 12-month milestone. Thank you, Ted Nicholas, and the TCS crew. Thank you very much. 17 months membership from Hans Gulag Moore. Mildenhall is my favourite military airport in the UK. Nice one, it is very good, very good. I do love it. I do love coming here. The variety. It's like Revel. It's like pulling out the coffee Revel. Do you know what I mean? You know. I do like that RAF Paddington. I think that's where all the bears take off from, isn't it? I like that. Nice one there, Logan's Plane Spotting UK. I like that one. I wonder if there was an RAF Paddington. I mean, there's a Paddington station. I'm going to have a look. 10 arrows fly from Paddington. I like that. I think you're onto something there. I like that one. all enjoying it. We've got our last show of the week next week, tomorrow, sorry. Last show of the week tomorrow. We'll start things up again. We do have a bank holiday, so don't get caught out on that. Hope you'll enjoy yourself bank holiday. And then there's a US holiday as well on the week after that, which lands as Labour Day on the Monday. The Monday the 1st of September already. Goodness me. Love it. That's love it. Ted's having a bit of a photo sesh there. Love that. And of course, if you've got any pics of us in the way, you can always send it into our water shot, where I turn something annoying into something good. You know what I mean? Sorry if I'm in the way of any of your photos, but you can send them in and we'll call it a water shot. If you get me at work with Ted, that'd be great. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well.
Hey, you right or no? I'm doing round there now. Just doing a bit of work round here, doing perimeter checks, getting quite busy round there now. Right. Just been quite busy this week with Nikos having a couple of days off there now. Just making sure it's all good, perimeter checks. Just here with me crew, the A team over there. Just making sure they're all good there now. Hey, how's it going? Alright, heard your range round there now. Yeah, I'm alright, mate. How's it going? I'm alright there now. Just doing me perimeter checks there now. Ah, that's alright, innit? Yeah, you been well? Yeah, been all good. Just been working quite hard there now. Just been doing a bit of work at Fairford and all. Oh, I've just been there. Just been at Fairford and all, yeah. While Nikos has been off, I've just been having a little look around. Some interesting things going on over there. You know, U-2. Oh, yeah, U-2 as well. No, the plane. What plane? You know, U-2. I don't know what you're on about, but I'm fine, thank you very much. No, I didn't say how you're doing. I said the plane, U-2. I don't know what's going on here now, but yeah, U-2 as well, yeah. No, the plane U-2. I don't know what he's... Is he alright? I'm fine, thank you very much. No, there's a plane U-2 Dragon Lady. I don't know, I don't understand this game there now. Okay, no worries. Well, listen, there's a plane called a U-2 and it flies high above the sky and it's called the U-2 Dragon Lady. When you want to be seen and you don't want to be seen, you fly the Dragon Lady. That was beautiful, well done there now. That's good. What was that, your was that the latest from your band? Yeah, that's right. I'm in a band. If you want to go and check out the band, it's 999 megabit. Why is it called 999 megabit? Because we can't get a gig yet. Oh dear, oh dear. Right, listen, I'm off to the shops. Do you need anything? Oh, get me some chuckin', some fried chuckin', loads of chuckin', and in fact, get me a bucket full of chuckin'. Okay. And you too? I love it. You'll get in on there, mate. I don't understand what he means with this U-2 really, but apparently there's a plane called the U-2 there now. Right, behave yourself down now. See you later, buddy. Take care. What up? How you doing, y'all? My name's Casey, part of the 100. That's right, I got what you need. Now, if you ever need anything, just call me up, Casey. I got what you need. We're part of the QA 100 LRS. That's Logistics Readiness Squadron. That's right. For items due in for maintenance, for items that ain't gonna see the sky. I got what you need.
Oh, hi, it's Matt Ted here. I've come to give you your results.
I got what you need.
That's right, I'm gonna need a little blood sample.
Oh, right. Does that include needles? I'm from West Coast. How you doing? What up? Hey, Doc, I'll tell you what. Why don't we go out for a few, why don't we go have some breakfast? You know, get some, escalapinos, a few grits, you know?
No, I don't know. I need to give you the results, but I need to take a few more blood samples to make sure that you're healthy.
Oh, really? All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I can do all the running.
That's not the type of test I've got for you. I've got to give you your test results, but I need also to do a blood test. I need to make sure that you're all fit and healthy.
Oh, I got what you need. Hey, Doc, what's that over there?
What is it? Dear, oh dear. Make sure you stay healthy and fit and well, and away we can't have you operating equipment if you're not very well. What was that?
I got what you... need.
So the red arrows are not far away. Okay, here we go. Okay, there could possibly be 10 red arrows in this instance. I think last time we did this we went to Brize and saw 11 after that. Like there are 9 in fairness. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
Oh, I can see them. They are doing stuff. They are. I saw a group of stuff going on in the sun. Could be birds. No, they weren't them black.
They're just in holding at the moment.
He knows where they are. Yeah, look.
Yeah, there they are. They go round.
Yeah, that's them. But I want the birds.
So they're just in holding at the moment. I wonder if they're waiting for...
Could be waiting for something on.
Because we've got the Constant Phoenix not too far. Let's just have a quick, just chill for a minute. I wonder if they're waiting for the Constant Phoenix. holding at the moment. We've got the WC-135 Constant Phoenix, the only one in service in the world, approaching very slowly as well. Now, wouldn't it just be awesome to have them going into formation? You never know. Or they could be just waiting for the Constant Phoenix to land. Maybe because of the smoke, maybe? Sounds silly, but you never know. So the Constant Phoenix will probably go out as far as Ely. So we're going to see how they're going to manage this one. Okay, so they're just on hold. There is the airfield management on the runway at the moment, so they won't be able to, well, no one will be able to land with vehicles and operatives on the runway. So that's the delay, but that's fine. No worries, they're not too far. They'll be running in. Oi, oi! So as soon as there is a vehicle on the runway as before when they were doing the work, so they need to make sure that all, you know, the airfield is clear from fog. People will be going on that runway until that's gone. So it's really crucial after work has been carried out. They'll be checking for any loose ordnance and, well, not ordnance, sorry, you know what I mean, FOD is the right word, any debris from the works that was carried out. So they're just doing an inspection. go ahead, clearance, runway safe now, all good.
We'll be on their way now.
We just runway started, so isn't it? Oh, so that means they weren't here, they were over there. So they were over there when they were doing the circuit. So they're on their way over there doing the circuit.
Lights on.
Oh yeah.
Right over.
Where?
They're right here.
They're going to do a break.
Oh, there they are. Whoa! Yeah. Oh!
Really good way to see the break there from that position. go, the red arrows, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've got a future commentator behind us. Fed Coningsby Channel live here at Mildenhall as we welcome back the Red Arrows after Eastbourne. I say welcome back, I don't mean that's where they were first, but we welcome them back to the show, and they'll be can't remember where I think they turn left, don't they? And park up where the other sort of visiting aircraft. But don't forget, we've still got the WC-135, 135. I hope you enjoyed that.
I don't think anything's going to happen until I'm down there. Either got the
Send that in, buddy. Yeah, just go on Ted Coningsby on Instagram or Facebook and I'll take that. Yeah, that's a great shot. You can send that in. That's a really good shot.
Yeah.
You on Facebook?
Yeah, and Instagram.
Yeah, okay, just send that to me. I'll put Ted Coningsby and
Yeah.
I'll receive it and I'll put it on tonight if you want.
Yeah.
What a shot if you want with your credit.
Thank you.
Alright, no worries. Great shot.
Yeah, I was on Water Shot a few weeks ago.
Oh, were you?
Kai Jones.
Oh, nice one. Great shot then.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Cheers.
No problem. Thank you very much for sending that in.
Someone wants to say hello.
Oh, yeah, you're right. How's it going? Okay? Good. Oh, nice one. Thank you very much. That's good. That's what I like to hear.
Even better, isn't it?
Yeah, that's good. Well, thank you for supporting the channel, buddy. Very good. Very good. Yeah. Should have the C-146 inbound any second. Yep, there it is. done. Before we finish up for the day, still got the WC-135R not far away, and of course anything else that happens in between. Like this one. Nearly had me. And we've also got the, yes, we said the Constant Phoenix. I think it's called a Constant Phoenix. It's called a Constant Phoenix WC-135. Wait. Just check, get back on that red arrow really quickly. Yeah, it's just turning in now as well. So what a way to finish the show.
Rivet Joint.
Nice. Beautiful. Well, there we go, ladies, gents and teddy bears. What a way to finish the day. Hope you all enjoyed it. It's been a great day at Mildenhall. It's always good to get a good one. Just going to see if there's anything else just arriving. Got everything that's coming in, I think. I hope you enjoyed that, ladies, gents, teddy bears. That was all good. You're right. Sure, I'm finishing in about 5 minutes, so I'll come down and grab some pics. Is that all right? No worries. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Thank you very much for tuning in to our show at Mildenhall. It's been pretty good, a bit windy, a bit breezy. Blarn holy. Oh, look at that, look at the hair. You can see where the crosswind's coming in for the hair, so it's not the best in the world for hair, so you can see that. It's like Mr. Whippy. But yeah, absolutely brilliant. Lovely to see the Reds here again. That was fantastic. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, I hope you enjoyed it. So, Team Mildenhall, thank you very much. All the wings that make up Team Mildenhall and all the groups and units. And of course, the Red Arrows, thank you for using Mildenhall as your base place for the air shows this coming week. Where are we? Will be Thursday. So yeah, ladies, gents, teddy bears, I hope you've all enjoyed it. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator and historian. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Take care, everyone. See ya. What's that, Ted? Oh, okay, Guards March for Margot. Yes, there was a super chat that just came in. Alright, well, let's leave the Red Arrows to it. Oh yeah, you're right. I'm still rolling. I think there's going to be a takeoff at some point.
Is there?
I'll keep it down, so
Right.
just on the off chance. How you doing? All right? Yeah, good. Nice one. Have you? Where have you come from? Oh right. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Nice. That's what it's all about. Getting up early. Oh, good. Is it all right? Do you have fun? That's good. I like it. You get variety. You get a load of stuff. back,
Thank
yeah?
you.
See you later. Take care, bye. Hiya, young man, you alright?
Yeah.
Cool.
Wants to do the same.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Alright.
Can we get a picture as well?
Sure, you can, yeah.
It's nice to be popular, isn't it? He's got Swissy with him as well.
Okay, let's go.
Why are you going in? You get in. Amazing, thank you so much.
Have a good one.
Yeah,
See you later. Bye.
You staying for the Red Arrows?
No, I'll be going. No.
I do like to catch you at Channel occasionally.
Thank you very much.
Are you doing quick climb Friday tomorrow?
What, I'm doing Lake and Eve tomorrow.
Well, you don't know whether it's quick climb.
You never know.
No.
No,
You getting there early?
Sorry?
You getting there early?
Yeah, ish. Yeah.
Do they normally start quite early on a Friday? Do you know?
No idea.
No.
Random.
Unpredictable. And they don't tell you.
I don't want them to. It's military.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right. Have a safe journey if you're going.
Yeah, and you?
Yep, nice one. Take care. And it didn't rain.
No,
I thought it was going to rain.
Days, so I'm celebrating my birthday.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Trip to Lake Mildenhall.
That's right, isn't it?
You any idea when the F-15s are going yet?
Going?
They're leaving. They're supposed to be leaving. It's not here.
No, sir.
I'm sure I read in January.
Just quickly, nothing proposed. You can't.
Right, it's proposed. Right. It's
Yeah,
not-
but it hasn't been authorised. So, you know, it's people shouldn't say that because it hasn't been authorised. Yes, it was for financial year 2026 as a proposal. It hasn't been actioned.
Good.
So, you know.
It's not the same without them.
Yeah, and then, you know, otherwise it becomes into speculation. So we don't talk about stuff like that because it's not in our. You know, we don't get to decide that. We don't get to. Yes, it's true that they proposed it, but it hasn't been actioned, so no one knows if they're going to be replaced. I think the only people that need to worry are the pilots and the crew.
They're going home if they do.
Yeah. How we doing? Was it yesterday? Oh, that's cool. That's all right. Did you get here yesterday, or?
Yeah, we got here. We were at it's pretty good.
Yeah, I heard it was pretty good. You just never know.
No.
Sometimes they start at 12. Sometimes they start at 6, 7. Sorry, 7. Sometimes in 9, sometimes 8, sometimes 10. It just so just go there early and just that's it. That's the best way to do it.
And it sounds like it's going to take up a minute because there's been some heavy squawk in 201.
How are you doing? All right.
Yeah, let's go see.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's good.
Good speed.
Yeah, it's fine.
You move down, are you standing or going the other way?
Oh no, I'm going on. Oh, is that it there? Here it is. Here's our C-17. Oh, there we go.
C-17 going, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, great. What's yours then?
Sats in now. Here we go. Looks like.
C-17 is going.
No more stop.
Yep.
Glow glass are going, James.
Looks like it's backtracking, and it looks like it's the one that arrived today.
Oh yeah.
The way it low rides, look at it. Some wheel arches there. Low rider. Lovely wing tips, or winglets, sorry, probably the correct term. Yeah, winglets for a more smooth, salmon smooth ride. Pratt & Whitney's F-117s. Actually, is it Pratt & Whitney or is it GE? No, stumped me that. £40,000 a cost each, isn't it? Hang on. Sorry. That must have not been nice on your screens. F-117 too. Beautiful, one absolutely beautiful aircraft. It is for the last time. It is. See you soon. I wish you well. See you later, everyone. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.
Golf India, Brize Norton,